What's up, cool people? How's everybody doing today? My name is Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. And, today I'm not going to guarantee it, but it might end up being the last PowerWash simulator stream that I do for a little while. This past Tuesday, I finished up Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, and I mean, with that game, there wasn't too much that I was wanting to do in between, like, recording sessions and whatnot. Diving into Kingdom Hearts 2, though, there might be more stuff to do in between. So, that is probably gonna... That stuff is mostly probably gonna shift over to these streaming sessions. But no guarantees that I'll be at a point, you know, after this coming Tuesday, that it'll really be viable to have a stream primarily dedicated to, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 side questing. But we'll just have to wait and see how all that goes. Couple other things to make note of. I've been trying to, like, tweak / add some things to the stream in terms of just interactivity, especially on the Twitch side. YouTube might be able to do some of it, but I'm not totally sure on that. Case in point, I added a couple of stream commands. One of them, I'm not 100% sure how they work, though, because it says they're supposed to use some sort of channel points. I don't know if that means it's just exclusive to Twitch, or if it's a Stream Elements thing, because that's what I did it through. That's where my commands are, mostly. But either way, I tried to add in, I think one of them, I think it's supposed to be like a slot machine thing, and the other one's supposed to be like a roulette. Just spend some points in a different way. I figure that fits in with the randomness. And then, especially for Twitch, I'm pretty sure I added in some, like, sound alert options for people to just, I don't know if alert is quite the right word. So I added some channel point redemptions in there that can do, like, sounds and stuff. So anyway, just things that I'm trying to add and get going. And speaking of getting going, I wish OBS would get going with holding a consistent, you know, frame rate for a while. But the stream is young. Maybe it'll fix itself after a little bit. Alright. Well, whether I choose to run it or not, there's going to be an ad break coming up on Twitch soon. I figure I might as well get that rolling before we really get started with PowerWash Simulator here. And Twitch folks, I will see you on the other side. YouTube folks, though, and anybody who doesn't happen to see that ad break, you get to see me as I hop in to the game here. Can probably go ahead and get rid of the music. In fact, I should probably mute the desktop audio so I don't have things happening like... There was some recent stream where there were some sort of computer notifications popping up, and that sound was probably coming through the stream because I had the desktop audio enabled. And I'd rather not have things like desktop notifications pop up like that. But anyway, hey, I'm also tooling around with microphone position. I figure if I have it a little further over this way, A, it's less likely to block the corner of my TV screen, and B, it, is also less likely to cover a significant portion of my face. But anyway, so I've got plenty of stuff still to do in PowerWash Simulator. We've got a bunch of bonus jobs available. I've still got probably like a DLC and a half. Oh, hey. I forgot that there was also that thing that popped into the seasonal specials. But I think to start things off, I'm going to go with the next career job, which is this thing. So we're going to be back at the carnival area. As you knew from previous correspondence, my helter-skelter's filthy dirty after rolling down the entire length of Willow Creek. We don't need to revisit specifics. All we need concern ourselves with is that we cannot live in a world where a helter-skelter is being economically outperformed by a carousel. Cannot. Seems a bit strong, in my opinion. But, anyway. And now I'm realizing, ever since I had a particular conversation, I am much more aware of my tendency to say anyway as I'm like wrapping up a thought and or wanting to transition to another one. Well, I doubt I'll end up doing this in the most efficient way possible, but that's not necessary here. It's only necessary in the challenges. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a ladder or something. Or maybe I can just go up on top of this to clean off the top of that. Get my extension going. Well, okay. That happened a lot quicker than I expected. So I guess that part's all done. Alrighty, on to the steps. Although maybe I should start with the sides of the steps first. Now it's counting the stairs as one entire unit. Like this, even transitioning over to here, and even over to here. It's counting this whole thing as one item to be cleaned. Or object might be the better word, but details. Now, with that door being closed, I wonder if it's going to let me inside the helter-skelter or not. Door itself is clean. I still haven't actually fully cleaned the steps, though. Or stairs. Words are pretty much interchangeable. So yeah, whether or not it exactly starts next week, I will sometime fairly soon be taking time in these Saturday streams to do some Kingdom Hearts 2 side questing, kind of like I did with Kingdom Hearts 1, if you saw any of that. So, like, certain collectibles that aren't necessarily required, or kind of minigame side quest things, optional bosses, all that kind of stuff, or at least most of it, will not happen during the main Tuesday recording sessions. Those will instead be in this time slot on Saturdays. Oh, geez, yeah. Okay, hang on. So far, I'm not seeing any equipment in this job that I can use. Any height-gaining equipment other than the scaffolding here. Height boosting, I guess, would have been a better way to say that, but whatever. Alright, I am attempting to focus on this, on the face here. There we go. Okay. Door is good. Door frame is good. Door decoration is good. Stairs are good. Sign's good. Okay. And now, rather than start off with this stuff, I think I'm actually going to just, like, do the slide here and work my way up that. Although, while I'm on my way, I might as well just do what I can like this. Okay, so the panels are being counted individually. Good to know. Yeah. By the way, as usual, feel free to let me know if sound settings seem significantly off from what they should be. Like if, you know, the power washing is absolutely overwhelming the sound of me and my thoughts and commentary and whatnot. I'm gonna have to get the underside of all that eventually. Don't know if now is really the time that I should be doing it, or if this is even the way that I should be doing it, but meh. Not going too poorly so far. Okay. So the interior of the slide itself is not dirty. Probably just because it would be difficult to consistently get an angle on the inside of that. Or at least one that would be good enough to realistically clean most of it. So, I don't know why, but when I heard the term Helter Skelter, I I was not exactly thinking this. He's getting his Helter Skelter clean now, is he? What exactly is hilarious about it? I'm sorry, wait. Claptrap is actually just a somewhat normal term for something? It's not just the character in the Borderlands series? I'm sure it is. I jest a little bit with that. I just can't say I've heard that term used much. Might be a British thing. By the way, I'm also using a different controller currently than I was before because, yeah, the stick drift on the other controller was getting quite noticeable, especially in certain games and situations. I mean, I don't think it's drastic enough that, like, it completely, you know, like, makes anything a whole lot more difficult to do. But it is there. It's noticeable. It's a little annoying. It also gives me a convenient excuse for something to blame when I don't necessarily do as well at a certain game in a certain moment as I would like. Which some people would maybe, you know, want the opportunity to make excuses like that. I'm not interested in making excuses. something doesn't go well in a game, and it's kind of more skill related, I want to actually, know and be able to say that, okay, well, either I'm just not good at this, or that, I have room for improvement. Okay. Well, I was gonna, go up the slide part of this, but now I've gotten myself distracted and focused on at least the lower parts of the exterior here. Really, big thing I want to try and figure out next is getting chat windows to actually show up in my stream. Or, like, the main video portion of the stream. Not like the interactive part of the chat, but like getting chat comments to show up within the main stream video window. And I've been, tooling around with stream elements a bit, trying to get something with that to work, but, well, for one, it's a little hard to test out when I'm not actually streaming. That might be the issue that is making it not obvious. Or there's something else that I'm supposed to do. Like, I know how to get a browser source into OBS to make it, viewable in the stream video window. That much I know. Like, that's how I was able to get the blurb stuff in that I just recently added. But something about stream elements either doesn't want to work quite the same, or it's just not making it obvious that it is working. So I may actually have to take some time soon, look up a bit of like a video tutorial almost kind of thing. Because, let's face it, most other types of tutorials are severely lacking nowadays on the internet. But, yeah. I really want to get that working, and whenever I do that, I will most likely, for like this scene in particular, I'll probably just have my face cam up in the top right corner have chat underneath it and like shrink down the game capture window enough for those to be where I just described and not potentially be in the way of anything from the game. And for other stuff like the cutscene scene that I have in OBS, I will probably still keep the way that I have it, because I mean I'm already going to be taking my webcam out of that. I really, if I'm taking the effort to not have stuff in the way of the cutscene within the game, then I don't want anything to get in the way. Like, maybe a tiny little, you know, blurb notification thing that shows up in the corner or whatever. That's not gonna block too much 90% of the time or more. And plus, it's usually only on the screen for like a second or two. But as far as anything else, that scene's gonna stay the same. Now, regarding the like Bible study, honestly, that scene's probably gonna stay about the way that it has been past few weeks, except chat window will show up underneath my webcam. So there will be that going on. Long story short, and like all things considered, I'm trying to find ways to increase stream interactivity that are not going to be too terribly invasive to recording things. And I would like to have, you know, chat window in the main video part of the stream, because I think honestly in some ways that could potentially help, or like, you know, it could even like add an extra dynamic to some things that I record and all that. Because like if there's a particular conversation going on with chat that is either just funny or significant about the game or whatever Bible study we're doing, any kind of like a real thinker sort of situation going on, any of that stuff that could happen within chat, I would then actually, you know, be recording and able to edit into its own separate video thing, probably even like a, you know, short clip kind of video. So anyway, that's my general thinking moving forward. I don't necessarily have a ton of time each week to set aside to look into that kind of stuff, but I do want to try and put a little more effort into it, because I really would like to get that kind of stuff up and running and working. Yeah, and, you know, if and when I change up stream scenes like I just described, I can have a pretty easy spot in this scene for additional graphics and things, like if I do another blessing boat stream raid train thing. What is still dirty about this slide wall here? Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a bunch of little bits like that, especially closer to the tops. Also, this person I've been getting messages from within the game, they, apparently, they're the type to try and tell other people how to do their jobs. Unless they also power wash things, which, for the record, makes no sense, because if they power wash stuff, they could just do this themselves. So, unless they also do that, like, do they really know how to do this better than the actual, you know, paid power washer person? Probably not. And that really is the truth of a lot of people commenting on a lot of jobs that are not their job, that's like their actual source of income. Honestly, if I just follow along the top here, I'll probably get most of... Okay, got the wall done. Now it's probably just the rail. But I figure I'm getting some of that this way anyway. Would not surprise me at all if there's some excess dirt that's like on the outside of it, kind of like that. Tell you what, whoop, dropping down. Popping on the long extension here again. Oh. Oh, geez. Even on, like, this part of the exterior, there's... Okay, hang on. I'm going to attempt to follow the edge of the railing around. Okay. Oh, the person that was messaging me in the game recommended, you know, shooting water straight up into the air and letting gravity do some work for me. this is just about what they were suggesting, except the game doesn't actually work like that. So, yeah. Sorry, but your suggestion has just been proven ill-advised. Aha, okay. The rail is done. Still very much getting the underside of this here, though. For those of you who have an interest in YouTube content, whether or not you are watching this on there, well, okay, for one, I'm close to 300 subscribers over there. And, I did kind of promise I did kind of promise that I would make a supporter page once I hit that mark. So, if you want to help make that happen and you're not already over there, what are you waiting for? Same channel name as Twitch, and like basically everywhere else you'd find me. If you enjoy what I do, it would help out. And it would make it easier for you to stay updated on what I do. All the videos and streams and everything like that. And one of the things that I'm contemplating as part of, you know, supporter rewards is basically enabling some live Discord chat while I'm streaming. You know, then some people could not only be recognized in edited videos of mine, but even like be heard potentially in those, but like definitely during streams if they so choose. I'm not 100% sure on that, because like it is a thing that some people, I don't know. I think that would have to be sort of like a higher tier reward, because it would be easier for people to abuse and more likely for them to want, or more likely that they would end up abusing it in the way that I'm thinking if it was a lower tier, less expensive reward. But I suppose the other way of going about it would be just, you know, keep an eye on who's doing that and who's not. Make sure people know within the Discord that trolling and also just like completely taking over the conversation during streams is not okay. Really, at all, but especially during streams. But I figure when it comes to that stuff, like, absolute basic tier is, alright, I'm gonna give you all the inside scoop on some stuff, like, I don't know, survey polls and just regular, like, progress updates, things of that sort. Next basic thing beyond that, to me, would probably be like, you know, supporter shout-outs or other recognition. And that, of course, would be within, like, edited videos. And then one thing that I know I would like to do, which would have to... I would be required to slightly alter the way that I upload edited videos, but it's doable. I'm thinking giving some supporters, like, early access to my edited videos. In fact, I did a poll. It's probably, like, over a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago. I did a poll at some point, I know, asking about which people thought should be a higher tier reward. Early access to videos or, you know, kind of like video shout-outs and supporter recognition. And the results that I got from the poll were that, yeah, early access to videos would generally be deemed a higher tier reward. That people would value that more. See, now this Kevin dude's just spitballing ideas for how to clean stuff. Oh, maybe it's not just the cleaning anymore. That idea was related to the Helter Skelter, not the cleaning. Kevin seems like someone who's trying to find the most fun way to do things. That's maybe why he made some of the suggestions that he did earlier. You know, about ways to do the cleaning. And, I mean, come on, I'm pretty sure we've all thought, at least at one point, whenever, well, any of us who had done anything with a hose or something like that that sprays water out with any significant amount of pressure, we've thought about just taking it, spraying it straight up in the air, and either just seeing what it does, or, like, trying to then run underneath it as, like, another more fun way of essentially spraying ourselves. Okay. I do believe I'm getting close to the point of being able to just clean the top of this outright, and I mean, I'm most of the way done with this job, actually. And it has not felt like any significant drag, or like it's taking really long or anything. I mean, stream's been going on less than an hour, so it's definitely not that long of a job. Gonna have to find some other way, I guess, of getting some of this dirt that's kind of around the rim here and like just above it. You know, for this part of the ride, attraction, this part of the Helter Skelter. It does seem like I might be able to just walk along that portion. Alright. I'm at the top now, and focusing on the top. Not just temporarily on the top, before I go immediately back down to clean another portion of the slide. Alright. I'll probably get most of that later. So now... Actually, I guess maybe my focus should be on the floor of this part. There's just so much dirt all around. On the railing here, on the floor, on the door. And yet I can't resist from, like, trying to aim a little higher up when the angle allows me to. I do get the feeling I'll eventually be able to, like, hop up on the railing and then use that as a way of hopping up on the roof of this inner building-like thing, this inner part of the structure. Okay, cool. Floor is clean. I will say I've been able to get what seems like most of this roof without even going up on top of it. Oh, the window frame is still dirty somewhere. Where is the window frame still dirty? Underneath, maybe? Works for me. Okay, so posts are specifically these red ones that divide up the sections of the railing. Okay, that's understandable. And I betcha there's a little bit of dirt on, like, the exterior of those that I can't really get from here. Where's the door frame dirty? Door frame? There we go. Door frame is done. Cool. So now I'm thinking I will hop up on this so I can hop up on this. Okay. It's at least kind of working. I just hope I don't end up falling off partway through doing this. Yeah, this is something that, if I were doing this in real life, I'm pretty sure I would be using the scaffolding, like, a lot. I am not too prideful to admit that I got a bit of a fear of heights. Especially fear of being up high and not secured to something. Or even secured to something if that something I'm secured to is unstable. Okay, I think that does it for the roof. Now I have to see about getting this stuff along here. Okay. So far we're not doing too bad. 78%. Okay, I'm really trying not to fall off of this here. Okay, so what's still dirty about the top ring frame? Probably like underneath it, isn't it? Okay, so each section of the railing also counts as its own individual item. Got it. Alright. Oh. Not what I was really focusing on just now, but since I know it's dirty, I gotta clean it. Or at least try to. I mean, I gotta eventually clean it. I am trying to figure out, though, where that top ring thing is still dirty. I know at some point soon here I'm gonna have to bring the scaffolding around to some different sections. Okay. But before I move it anywhere else, it being the scaffolding, I am going to go to the top of it here and use it to help me clean these railings here. And the poles, I guess. Okay. Aha. So it was actually like the outer edge of the top ring frame. Alrighty. I'm gonna move this on over here now. Kind of little something like that, maybe. Something about some of the railing there isn't quite clean. Oh, so I hadn't even gone all the way up. previously. Okay. Might be time to break out the list. Channel lights. What are those? Oh, like those. Okay. For those, I may need to keep moving the scaffolding around here. Problem is, well, I was gonna say the problem is I don't think I'll be able to get it in this gap. But never mind, it seems like I can. Ooh, geez. Lots of dirt over here. Lots of little strips of dirt. Come on. Not seeing any dirt get... Well, not seeing much dirt get highlighted. Let me just go all the way up just to be sure. Uh-huh. Go. Got a little bit more there. Kind of starting to wonder if they made this scaffolding a little taller for this job. Alright. Gotta be getting pretty close now. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. I don't think the scaffolding always has 5 levels like that. Pretty sure most jobs it's only been 4. Okay. I think that's most, if not all, of what I'm gonna get from this angle. Although, let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything up top here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Down we go. Okay, don't see anything underneath there that needs cleaning. Alright, let's go up another level. Okay. Most of what I'm seeing now would be better reached from this level of the scaffolding. Hello, that was a lot of rapid fire stuff being completed there. Let me go up one more level. Go up one more level of the scaffolding. Okay, not seeing any more dirt from this angle. So, we shall drop back down. Take a look at it from, like, this kind of angle. Come on. Not seeing any dirt from this angle. Gonna get that as close as possible. Okay. Not seeing any dirt stand out here. I'm not seeing anything. Okay. I don't know exactly how close we are to being done, but it's gotta be pretty close. we're still not at the short list yet. Not seeing anything like that. Alright, back to the list. Okay. Slide frames. There's one slide frame that is not quite clean. When it says slide frames, I'm assuming, like... Well... Yeah, so like it's one of those red parts that's going across there. I don't currently see any of them glowing. The one that is not clean yet should be glowing, since I selected that from the list. It sure does look dirty there, though. I don't know why. Sometimes, like, even the... Sometimes there are even just, like, bits of water on something that haven't dried yet that make something look like it's dirty. Okay, so that was the one slide frame that I had not cleaned. Okay. First tier panels. ×2. These ones. Okay. Third tier ring frame. Probably the top of it that's not clean, rather than the bottom. Aha! Okay. Top panels, fourth tier panels. These are top panels, okay. Which top panel is not clean? Or which top panels, plural maybe, aren't clean? They all seem to be pretty clean to me. The top panels, anyway. Ah, this one is not. Where is it dirty? I must find the dirt. So it's this one, right? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Fourth tier panels. Yep. Saw a little bit of dirt in there somewhere. Normally, if there's any more than one, it gives like a, you know, times whatever. Hang on. Let me go ahead and just get that one illuminated. Did not mean to fall down like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now that's a 5th tier panel, so it's one of these. It's this one. Okay. And a vertical frame. Okay. Vertical frame. Vertical frames. That's a top frame. Now, am I to assume that these vertical frames all count the entire way up? That's my guess. In which case I can just kind of give him a quick little glance like this. This frame. Somewhere along this vertical frame, there is dirt. Aha! Okay. Job complete. Okay. Now that did unlock another career job. Ooh, a private jet. How close am I to be? I still have a fair bit to go in the career mode. I was thinking, maybe I should try to finish the career mode in this stream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but I'll do what I can with it, I guess. Blake Thrust. Get it? Thrust, because plane. Anyway. Encountered a few issues with my private jet. It comes from flying too close to the sun, or in this case, a volcano. Yeah. Oh, this is the same person that had the excavation drill? Interesting. Oh yeah, and for anyone who was watching really early on in the stream, issues that I was having with frame drops earlier, not so much having trouble with that now. Alright, this job doesn't pay quite as much, so, you know, in theory, this should take a little bit less time. My last job probably took a little over an hour. This one, I would hope, is, or I would think, is closer to just an hour flat out. Hold up. For a second, okay, that's like a drain there. For a second, that looked like a you know, frisbee disc sort of thing. I suppose technically the generic term is just throwing disc. Frisbee is actually a brand, but that's one of those things where at least in the US, the brand has become synonymous with the item. And not even in like a really debatable kind of way, like there are some things that people try to put into that category that are, like, kind of debatable. Like, you know, some people want to call all carbonated beverages Coke. No. Or, like, some people try and call all tissues a Kleenex. That's closer, but still, like, I think in general, if you want to talk about percentage of people talking about a particular item that use the brand name for it, Frisbee's got to be up there pretty high. Again, at least in the US. Wake Press, what do you say? Imagine keen to learn some of the specifications of the jet. Meh. I mean, if I was actually doing this job and, you know, didn't really have much else to pay attention to or distract myself with, or, like, you know, I guess just think about in the meantime, yeah, maybe. Maybe a little more so then. Might be a little too long of a nozzle. Or, yeah, too long of an extension. As usual, I will be attempting to get what I can from the ground. And then once I think I've gotten at least most of what I can, minus maybe some finer details from the ground, then I will get some sort of height assistance device. Okay, ditching the extension now. Oh, man. I suspect I will not be finding myself on any planes again until around Christmas time. I mean, I could maybe make it up home for Thanksgiving, but being up there around Christmas is a little bit of a bigger deal, I would say. Plus, there's other stuff around here that is still in session around Christmas time. Or, sorry, around Thanksgiving time, that will not be around Christmas. So, all things considered, if I have to pick one or the other, probably gonna have to be around Christmas. I have not been using the dirt finder very much. You know what? Maybe I won't until I get to the point of like, well, I think I've given most of this a pretty good initial rinse. Is that the most efficient way to do this? Probably not quite. Okay. What exactly do you have equipped on this private jet of yours here, Blake? It was Blake, right? I think the dude's name is Blake. Anyway. Like, some of this is looking like, pretty high tech. Maybe even, otherworldly, you might say. Bunch of dirt underneath here that I hadn't really gotten before. Oh geez, especially like inside some of those spots. That's something I'm probably going to end up coming back to at some point. Yeah, I can't be the only one that thinks this looks like some kind of like a death ray or something. And not even like the real old school Tesla style death ray. Oh, the mayor. That's another job for me, eh? Okay, yes, Blake was the correct name here. A laser gun situated under the fuselage uses a state-of-the-art crystalline compound to create an energy feedback loop that instantly plasmatizes the air. Consequently, its beam reaches upwards of 3 million degrees Fahrenheit on a hot day. Only on a hot day? Yeah, these parts with the landing gear and such are gonna be all kinds of fun to get clean. But, meh, not gonna fuss too much over it right now. Can I make it from here to the wing? Not quite. Hang on. Let me pick this up. Move it a little closer. And yeah, okay. Here we go. It seems to me I can, like, sort of hear the clacking of my control stick as I move it back and forth a little more with this controller. And this is, like, pretty much your, I don't know if basic's quite the right word, but it's your standard Xbox One controller. The one I was using before was a little bit specialized, a little... Technically, it was slightly customizable. Had a couple of buttons on the underside of it that could be programmed. But I found the controller itself was so sleek that it didn't really... I found I wasn't really able to use those buttons very well. And like when I tried to, they would, like, the controller would kind of start to slip out of my hands a bit. Alright, that's 76%, not bad. And it hasn't been especially long. What, like, I don't know, 15 minutes? 20 maybe? Of course, it's the last, like, 5% that usually takes the longest. Especially the last 1% seems to take longer than, like, your typical, well, longer than your starting off first, like, 10 to 20%. Obviously going that fast through the air generates a lot of heat. Once landed, it's possible to cook a beef. What? A beef something on its wings. Anyway. Yeah, but I would also figure, like, well, depending on how fast this thing's going, like, if it's getting to the point where the friction or whatever from the air resistance is doing more heating than the normal cooling of, like, the air passing along it. Then, yeah, I would definitely think it would get quite hot. But I don't know if Blake said how fast this thing goes. Okay, can I hop up on here? Yes, indeed. Okay. Okay. I guess there's parts of that stuff down lower that I didn't quite get yet. Oh well. Next area of focus is going to be this side of the plane, followed by the wing on this side, which I guess one could still count as this side of the plane, but anyway, details. So, trying to remember when exactly I started playing the, public playthrough of the Kingdom Hearts series. It was, so, if I'm remembering right, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix wound up being 21 episodes. And then Chain of Memories, on the whole, wound up being 24, some of which are not yet public, as of this live stream. But, with having separate story arcs and playthroughs and whatever for both Riku and Sora, and I guess partially the fact that I wasn't doing any, well, not really a whole lot of side questing to do in Chain of Memories. But I guess the fact that I was doing side questing in between recordings for Final Mix, that kinda made that go a little quicker, so that's probably a big part of the reason that didn't take me as long. Yeah, so total of 45 weeks, if I'm remembering those numbers right. Which puts it at... wow, has it really been, like... Okay. So 45 episodes would have been, well, divide that by 2. Because I was doing about 2 episodes per week. So 20, 22, we'll round it up to 23 maybe. 23 weeks, which is not quite half a year. Which makes sense because I downloaded the games around Christmas time. So then it would have been not too long after that I started playing them. So yeah, it's been around half a year. Probably a little over that at this point, but okay, but if that was only 23 weeks, I guess it was even. So that's definitely not half a year. The year is 52. It's just a few weeks shy of half a year on the whole. Of course, I do kind of expect Kingdom Hearts 2. I expect Kingdom Hearts 2 to take longer than the first game did, and quite probably longer than Chain of Memories. Unless I make some really quick progress. So that'll probably make it take at least another 25 weeks. No, 25. Another 25 episodes, which would be another, like... we'll say another 13... 12 or 13 weeks. At that point... will be like about 3 months later. Since it's August, September, October, November is right around where that would put us. Might even end up taking until right around I would be leaving for Christmas. Taking a break for Christmas, I should say. Is it time for the list? It might be time for the list. Okay, maybe not quite yet. Nope, that's clean. That's clean. Although, did I get all the... I did not get all the pipes and stuff in here. See how that is. Okay. I'm not sure I got the entirety of... Oh yeah, I definitely did not get inside here completely. Also didn't get that. Okay. Yep. Got some of this metal stuff here to get. Part of the fuselage. Oh, these are wires. Okay. That wraps like all the way around, doesn't it? Daggum laser getting in my way. Okay, cool, that's done. Like, is there any other really obvious stuff before I consult the list? Not seeing a whole lot here. Okay, there is that. Well, that didn't take long. Not really seeing anything. Okay, well then. I suppose that means it is time to consult the list. Wing wirings. Okay. Yeah, can't say I've been paying much attention to those. So there's supposed to be another one that I haven't gotten? Somewhere? Oh. That one on top, okay. Alright, you know what? Ladder. Cool. What? Oh, there's still another one that I haven't gotten. Probably on the other wing. Yeah, okay. Wing mount sensors. Wing mount sensors. What would that be? Okay, well, there's the wing. That's the wing mount. So, oh, okay. So it's a tiny little bugger. Uh-huh. Okay. Maybe tiny is a bit much. Windshield frame. Well, that's gonna be way up here for sure. Probably want something to give me a little boost. Oh, come on. Not gonna let me get up like that? Darn it. Okay, fine. You go back, like, over there. I'll grab the ladder again. Do I necessarily need to? I don't know. Huh. Okay, hold on. A little bit of wiring here that's dirty, and a couple of other little things. Heck. Back up we go. And now this. A lot of wiring bits that I didn't quite get clean. Cool. Fuselage sensors. A wheel? What wheel? That wheel. Heh. Okay, fuselage sensors. That's a wing mount. But a similar kind of thing, just on the fuselage. Where might these sensors be on the fuselage? I do not know. Nope. Okay. For a second I was like, well, is that one of them? Because that's the wing mount, so it's not going to be down that low. And they're not... Or at least the one I'm missing isn't like up along there. That's the cockpit, so it's not going to be up that far. That's a wing mount sensor. Fuselage sensor. Where is it? Oh. Okay. It was one of those little things up on the top. Gotcha. And now, more wiring around the fuselage. Okay, so that's some of it there. Might need to, like, hit that up higher. Hip. Okay, one last bit of wiring. 100% sure where said wiring is still dirty. On that way. Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah. Gotta sit up a little more for a while. Alright. That's done. Clean the frolic boat. That's interesting. Yeah. Private jet. Just one of the in-game characters. Goes by Blake Thrust. But, yeah. Also apparently including, like, a laser and some other, advanced technology. Anyway, hi, Wow Wows. How are you? Yeah, I would say the name Thrust is very fitting for that character, being the owner of a private jet of that, caliber. But, anyway, I'm doing pretty well. Been, messing around with some things here and there related to the stream. Got a few new channel point redemptions. Like this. Some of them I put at a slightly higher cost than the others because they might be a little more disruptive, and or some people might, you know, use them to try and make fun of me, and I don't want that. Like that. That's, I mean, still not too bad. If anybody ever meant that toward me, seriously, I would probably deserve it. They're a little quiet? Huh, okay. Hold up. I might know why. Give me a sec. Maybe now it'll be a little louder. I wonder if that was because of having the desktop audio disabled. Let me know if that one came through any louder. Because, yeah. Okay, then it was definitely the, or probably the fact that I had the desktop audio muted. I changed that in, like, right before you did the Sonic ring thing. And that's what I expect some people to be doing as they figure out that I have this available. Like, laughing to themselves like that, not playing that specifically. Together. And that's what I'm hoping for, is that this all comes together to make a more enjoyable stream experience for you all. Haha. See what I did there, you know. Involving the channel point redemptions in the conversation. So this is now the mayor's boat that we're cleaning. The boat apparently named Magnifico. Sounds almost like something that should be in some sort of Pinocchio spin-off. Also, I think this is a cat in like a sailor hat or pirate hat kind of thing. That's up here front and center. Yep, that is definitely debatably Puss in Boots, except there are no boots. So it's really just it would be Puss in Hat, if anything. But, the mayor in this game, I think, really likes cats, so. Not too surprising, I guess, that his boat would have a cat at the front of it. I think cats are alright. I wouldn't consider myself a major cat fan, but I do enjoy watching videos of them, and if I could have a pet, I would be more inclined to get a cat than a dog. But I can't have pets where I currently am in this apartment, because that's part of the agreement. I have literally no particular plan for how I'm going about cleaning this. I'm just... I see dirt, I clean dirt. Yeah, so anyway, in other news regarding how I'm doing and such, with school about to start back up, that means I'm gonna be adding some other things to my schedule, namely on Wednesday nights I'll be helping out at my church's youth group. And there's an ad break, so I might wait until that's done before I get into much more. Should have paid a little more attention to that. Meh. Oh well. See, that's one advantage I would think that there is to watching a live stream on YouTube, because I'm pretty sure while the streams are live that YouTube doesn't have ads in them at all. Now it might, you know, once they're finished and you get the like archive VODs on there. Okay. Twitch is saying ads should be done now. So yeah, because I'll have things going on Wednesday nights that I did not have going on over the summer, my Thursday morning streams that I've been doing during the summer will be coming out of my stream schedule. But I'd consider that, you know, not... I don't know. I would consider the Tuesday streams to be my main ones, Saturday streams as, like, the next most significant, the next, like, anchor, if you will, in my stream schedule. Thursday mornings were just kind of a, hey, I've got more time over the summer. I'm gonna do a little extra streaming. Plus, it gave me a chance to be a little more random with what I did in some streams. Not necessarily continue the stuff that I was already doing. Alright. 70% done with this. Now this one is paying even less than the prior 2 jobs that I've done in this stream. So one would think, generally speaking, that this is not going to take quite as long. But I'm over here being stubborn me with the same spray nozzle that I keep using all the time. Or at least, like, the vast majority of the time. Occasionally I'll go to a tighter angled nozzle, or I'll pop an extension on here. But one thing you will probably not see me doing, unless I'm in a challenge, is using the actual, like, cleaning solutions. Yeah, I know that they're there for a reason, and I'm supposed to use them, but like I said, I'm stubborn. I don't want to, because that costs money. Of course, not that I'm lacking money so much in this game anymore. I probably have enough for the last accessory that I'm missing, which actually is the soap nozzle for this particular, like, PowerWash machine model thing. Okay, hold up. Why is the mayor expecting us to cover for him as he, like, goes away somewhere? I mean, I guess, you know, it's possible people would know that I'm cleaning things of his. Oh, hello, the wheel here still needs some cleaning. Let's not clean about the wheel. I don't know. Oh, wait. Yeah, that would do it. Gotta use those angles. I definitely sprayed there. How was that not clean? Anywho, okay. Time to focus on the, like, ceiling portion of this. Jake! Hello! I am doing fairly well. How are you, sir? So yeah, I finished Chain of Memories on Tuesday. Didn't like 100% it, but got through, you know, got through Riku's story after completing Sora's, of course, because you can't do Riku's before doing Sora's. So next week, starting on Tuesday, I will be moving on to Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, I think you were there as I was completing it. We definitely had some conversation that Kingdom Hearts 2 was the one I was going to do next. There we go. Yeah, lots of dirt up here. Yeah, so, like, KH2 side questing might, in fact, it probably will take up at least some of my Saturday streams moving forward. Kind of like I did with the first game, where it's like, you know, optional bosses or like item hunting, gummy ship missions probably. Or at least anything beyond the absolute basic gummy ship mission completion. Time for the best Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. If I had to pick a favorite, I would probably go with Kingdom Hearts 2. I mean, 1 was good, for sure, don't get me wrong. But mechanically, 2 was definitely an improvement. 3 was not enough of a mechanical improvement or change in my mind to justify the what I consider to be a downgrade story-wise and like just overall plot development feel and epicness of things. Now granted, I have not played any of the games between 2 and 3. So as I start getting into those, who knows? There's a slight chance I might have a new favorite. I'm somewhat doubting it, but I'm not going to rule out the possibility. Just like the drive form and how combat works. Yeah. Really, the thing about Kingdom Hearts 3 that I would say is an undeniable improvement outright was the gummy ship situation. Like, the fact that you could travel around in, like, a more free-flowing sense and, you know, still maintain a semblance of the missions from 2 without needing to do them so much. Like that, I think it was kind of a best of both worlds sort of situation when compared with 1 and 2. What am I missing on the canopy trim? I don't even know. But no matter, I shall focus on other things. Like this pole that is somehow not entirely clean. Aha. This one is also not quite clean. Yeah, I can't stand the gummy ship, so I don't like it, but... Well, so, like... Especially Kingdom Hearts 1, I did not really like the way the gummy ship worked. Especially the customizing tools of it. Ugh. Kingdom Hearts 2, I think the customizing got better. The mission thing was... I would not consider it an outright improvement over the first game. It was just different, in my opinion. And, then having generally easier customization and kind of that hybrid of 1 and 2 in the way that 3 worked. That's just kind of why I preferred it, personally. At least KH2 has awesome gummy ship music. Yeah. I can't claim to remember enough to say how I would compare the music of KH2's gummy ship stuff with 3's. Oh yeah, and then there was the whole constellation thing. That was alright. I didn't mind it. I'm not sure I would say that it was a great idea, but it was all right. They were trying to find more ways, probably, to use the like camera type feature that they had going on, similar to the, you know, lucky emblems, aka Mickey Mouse ears. But it just happened to be, you know, in space with the gummy ship instead of in the normal parts of the worlds. But in any case, yeah, personally, I still think my ratings of the numbered games would, on the whole, actually probably be 2, 3, 1. Just because, like, mechanically, 3 is so much better than 1 that, like, I do still think 1 has a better story than 3, or better story flow, at least, than 3. But 3 just mechanically is so much freer flowing and kind of just more fun in that way. Faster paced, and yeah, it's... But then again, combat-wise, in terms of those mechanics, 2 was also a major leap, major step up from 1. Man, rating them is so hard, though. Yeah, like... And me trying to rank them like that isn't, you know, me trying to rip on any of the games in particular. It's just, you know, if I really had to, that's what I would say. Like, they're all good, for sure. Now, I will soon be able to, but I cannot yet compare KH2 Final Mix to the original. I do think KH1 Final Mix, aside from, you know, the bonus fight with not Xemnas, I air quote not Xemnas, aside from that, I don't know if I'd say the Final Mix was really better. I kind of prefer the base game, or the original version, in terms of, like, you know, resource collecting and things of that type. Just the number titles, I have a pretty good list. But yeah, I have so many others to play before I could even try and rank other games in the series. Canopy supports. Okay, which one of these supports is still dirty? It should be glowing. I selected it, did I not? Yes. No, don't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, is it like the... Well, that's the trim. I mean, I could still get that, but it's calling that the trim. Nope. That's not even... What other canopy support is there? And also, where's this dirt on the trim? play. Nope. Like I said, literally have not played any of them between 2 and 3. So that's the trim. I bet you it's this one. Yeah, okay. So, 3D, Days, Birth by Sleep, Fragmentary Passage, any of those other ones. Have not played. So yeah, that's why I would not even attempt to, rank. Nah. That's why I would not even attempt to rank the, non-numbered games. Gold trim, that one seems to be clean. Well, the problem is, so like, you know, I had a PS2 with which to play 1 and 2. I had a Game Boy Advance with which to play Chain of Memories. What I did not have was a DS or 3DS or anything like that to play the ones that were originally on mobile, or any other PlayStation consoles that might have had releases in between 2 and 3. Because after PS2 was when I went over to the Xbox 360, because I thought I'd be, you know, playing Halo with friends and such. Fortunately, unless you can capture DS games, you can only play cutscenes for days encoded. Yeah. Kind of unfortunate. So wait, what exactly is a cleat on this thing? Where is this? Oh. That's it. Okay. There we go. Job complete. Okay. And another job became available for cleaning a monster truck. We'll get this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I really couldn't tell you a ton about the story between 2 and 3. I watched a video that was supposed to explain all the stuff. But a lot of it's just going to be a jumbled up mess in my memory. Assuming I even remember much of it. Okay, so I guess I did buy all the equipment. I don't know why I keep saying there are new power washers available, because I already own all of these. So yeah, it's saying new. Why is it saying new? Unless there's stuff about these that has changed with an update. Anywho. So... Okay, I mean, I could buy more... Could buy some cleaning solutions, I guess. And these really don't cost much. Still don't really plan on using them, though. Yeah, I got some of this stuff that I could buy, although I'm not really much into cosmetics. I'd almost rather just, like, max out all the cleaning liquids first. It's a jumbled up mess, but it's an awesome jumbled up mess. Just the Kingdom Hearts story. Yeah. I'm going to buy all of these that I can until either I run out of money or there's nothing left in stock. I'm still probably not going to use them, but I feel like buying them all anyway. Maybe then I'll start spending money on cosmetics. Well, and it probably feels like even more of a jumbled up mess to most people because, well, the games didn't come out in, like, story order, and B, they, you know, the time between releases and the fact that they were on different systems and hardly anybody had all of the corresponding systems as they came out. It just, yeah, it didn't do anybody any favors that way. Holy cow, hold up. There's cosmetic stuff, like outfits that are locked behind 190 stars. Jeez. I mean, I guess I could, you know, save up for those as I do more jobs here. Alright, now we got a monster truck to clean. Yeah, can't really consider myself a Kingdom Hearts nerd since I haven't played really most of the games. Just wish they didn't make stupid phone games. I wish they could have, you know, figured out a way to make all the games playable, like actually playable within the collections. Like, I'm sure it would be a whole different endeavor in terms of, like, you know, programming the interface and things like that. I understand that much. But still would be nice. Because, like, some of these, the original systems, might be kind of breaking down by now. Hopefully one day. Yeah, and then there will be a whole nother collection that we'll end up paying for all over again. But as fans, that's the kind of stuff we do. I just apparently was not a big enough fan in my late teens to early 20s. To, you know, well, certainly not a big enough fan to pay for both the systems and the games then. Because, much like my approach to this game, I was trying to save money, not spend it any more than I had to. Particularly during college years, and shortly thereafter. There was one point rather shortly after college where I wasn't broke exactly, but that was definitely when I had the least money to my name. And I actually kind of had some concerns over whether or not I'd be able to get by long term. KH2 is my favorite game series of all time, so if a new collection comes out, so all the games playable, yeah, for sure. As long as it wouldn't be exclusive to some sort of console that I don't have. That would be quite a bummer if they made it, like, outright PlayStation exclusive. Although, from what I hear, that's not the direction that Square Enix seems to be headed with their games. They seem to be leaning more towards a multi-platform availability approach. But that's just hearsay. At least from my end. Yeah, like, there's a couple of the phone games that aren't even in most of the collections, right? Like, trying to think of which ones, but the newer ones, especially. Like, Coded was initially a phone game, I'm pretty sure, but because it's been a while, and because I think that was the first one, that's gotten, well, that got remade and was made available as, you know, part of collections. But I don't think the other ones are in collections yet, or at least not in most of the collections. Square is starting to share. That rhymes, I like it. Coded was a phone game in Japan, but it is actually a KH game proper. Huh. Meaning it, you know, wasn't just mobile game fodder or whatever. There's quite a bit to clean underneath of this. Why does it say oops under this monster truck? Also, all these stickers. Hold up. Gnome Watch. Muckin' Hamburgers. We actually cleaned one of their trucks at one point. Pulverizers. Thrust. The other ones don't necessarily play like a Kingdom Hearts game. You have to collect and upgrade medals. Okay. Yeah, I still have the top of this to clean. I know about Dark Road, didn't play after Union Cross. Yeah. Union Cross apparently have quite a bit of important story for what's going to happen in upcoming series entries, at least from what I've heard. Or at least I think it was Union Cross. Was that the one that had the I might be getting my terms mixed up here. I wanted to call them Forerunners, but the characters like Lushu and them. Story of the first Keyblade War, yeah. Foretellers. Okay. Now that has me wondering, what game series is it that has people called Forerunners as like a main thing? Oh wait, isn't that a Halo thing? I want to say that's a Halo thing. Like, the beings that were introduced in Halo 4. I want to say those were Forerunners. But anyway. Tangent. Very tangent to the current conversation. Oh, by the way... not played a Halo game in forever, yeah. Not too surprising. Plenty of people haven't. I definitely have not played Infinite myself. Never been big on shooters. Yeah, I'm definitely not real big on the more realistic types of shooters, like your Call of Duties and those types of games. And my issue with those is mostly because it feels like you die too fast, even on the not so high difficulties. But the games like Halo, yeah, and I guess there were also a lot of shooting games now that I think about it. a lot of shooting games that tend to not be real heavy on the story, especially these days. Like, half the time it's just, oh, you're in this historic war. Go kill people. But, you know, Halo with a much more interesting story, I found myself getting into a little bit more. And then there are others that add different mechanics and stuff beyond just go shoot things. Games like maybe your Borderlands styles. Those I can also definitely get more into. In general, I'm a bit more of a sucker for games with, you know, leveling systems. You slap pretty much any kind of game genre on top of a leveling mechanic of some sort, and or other, like, similar progress marker, and yeah, I'm probably gonna end up, you know, keeping my interest in it, at least for quite a while. So I was gonna say, before I got onto that topic, Jake, I've added a couple of sound-based channel point redemptions. About 15 of them in total, I think. Feel free to browse them. Trying a little bit to increase the interactivity. And I didn't really want them, you know, costing an arm and a leg in channel points. Figure that could be a way for some people to almost, like, engage in the stream conversations or certain moments. I'm definitely seeing more things with dirt on them. Being able to get rid of said dirt is a bit of another story in some cases. Hang on. Gonna move this over just a bit, if it'll let me. What's the problem here? There we go. Okay. Also, if you have any suggestions for little funny or interesting little sound effects and things like that. I had to raise my channel points because 2 streams in a row, people came in and just spammed the mess out of them. Yeah, I figure if people start doing that with mine, since I have them in as channel point redemptions, I can go in and just, like, limit the usage of them. Like, there's a way that you can assign at least either of a certain number of times one redemption can be claimed per stream, or number of times per viewer that it can be redeemed. You can also add cooldown times to them and other things like that. I'll probably be feeling that out for a little while as far as what the standard will be moving forward. Didn't want to do that for the people that use them the right way. Ah, okay. Yeah, and so the two that I felt like would be much more of a potential interruption of things and or, like, you know, people potentially trying to use to, like, insult me or get on my nerves or whatever, those ones I kept at a bit of a higher price. So, like, the "this guy stinks" sound from SpongeBob and the
Hi, how are you?
and the other one that's like, "Hey, streamer, look at chat. Hey, streamer, look at chat. Look at chat." I don't know if that's exactly how it goes, but that one I made cost more because I figure that's significantly more of an interruption. Especially while recording, I would not want that kind of stuff getting spammed too much. Alright, I am moving you elsewhere. Just out of the way. Sure is awkward trying to get the right angles for some of this stuff in here. Yeah, I definitely have room to add some more possible point redemptions. I think in total I've got about 25 out of, I think, 50 spots used up. Top hatch and tires. Okay, this is the tire that's still dirty. Where, though? Okay, tire is not dirty anymore. Top hatch. Top hatch. That would be this. Where is it dirty, though? Aha, job complete. Okay. Huzzah! Yeah, during a recording, that would be bad. Yeah. Okay. Woof. Ferris wheel. I get a feeling that would take a while. You know what? I've made a fair bit of progress in the actual, like, main campaign. I think that was the 4th job? Yeah. I think that was the 4th campaign job I've done in this stream. There was the... There was the Helter Skelter, then the jet, then the boat, then the monster truck. So, I'm gonna mix it up a little bit, do some bonus jobs. Satellite dish. Confirm. I don't think I have any bonus jobs in progress. Although, before I get rolling with this, I might want to take a little bit of a break. Run to the bathroom real quick. Probably run some Twitch ads in the meantime. So y'all miss even less of what I'm doing. Alright. Well, with that in mind, I suppose I'll see y'all in a minute or two. Okay, I'm back. Music will be fading out now. And right as I do that, OBS decides to start dropping frames. Oh well. Back to game. Whoa. Okay, satellite's kinda big. I'm hoping the majority of this dirt is not going to be rust. Hold up. Why are you... There we go. Some of this dirt feels a little more stubborn than normal. Might have to try and be a little more methodical about this. Oh, this might take a while too. I thought the next career job was going to take a while. This might be even longer, honestly. Okay, this scaffolding needs to move away from here. Oh, and there's this thing. Okay, well this is much smaller. Might just start with this first. Okay, cool. That wall of it is done. So yeah, to those of you who enjoy the PowerWash simulator streams, don't worry, they're not going away forever. It's just that might no longer be the primary focus of my Saturday streams for a while, as I progress through Kingdom Hearts 2. Because some of the things that can be done in the game that are a little more optional, I would maybe sort of prefer to do outside of the recorded episodes. So I'll be doing those in these streams. And then once I finish up Kingdom Hearts 2, it kind of depends on other games in the series and how those go. Whether or not I'm interested enough in the optional things, and whether or not there are enough optional things to really merit doing those on the side. Like, I'll be real, I just did not want to, I didn't really want to do the whole grind of getting, like, every card in Chain of Memories. So that's why I didn't really do so much of that in streams, whether during or outside of recordings. Do I have a ladder around here anywhere? I'd rather just use a ladder to get on top of this if I can. Because part of the question is, do I even need to use a ladder? Don't even know where you go from 2 in release order. Well, that's why I have a list that I have bookmarked. And if I remember right, according to that, the next one was days? And I can't really remember beyond that. Ooh, wait, can I get on top of my van here and then jump from my van to the roof there? Haha! That'll be one stream since it's just cutscenes. Probably. I don't know exactly how long the cutscenes take. So I'm trying to think. So I guess the other ones that are actually playable are... Well, I guess in the first collection I have, that just leaves Birth by Sleep as the other playable one. Okay, it might take around an hour. I'm debating with myself whether to actually even record those. I mean, but at the same time, it's like I'm trying to publicly do the playthrough of the whole series. If I'm gonna even pretend like I'm doing that, I should probably record whatever is within those, even if it's just cutscenes. In the 1.5 and 2.5, it's just BBS, yeah. And then in the other collection, I can't even remember what other... So, I mean, the other one's got, what, Dream Drop Distance, got the, what is it, 2.8 thing, or I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but we'll get there. Whenever we do, I'll still continue consulting my list of the order, because they apparently are not listed in release order in the collections. 2.8 there, 0.2 Dream Dot Distance, and the back cover movie. So is that supposed to legit be like actual full-length movie kind of thing, like a movie you would see, you know, on a DVD or a Blu-ray or in the theaters or something to that effect. I've never really looked into that too much. Or is that just saying, like, hey, here's story scene stuff? That's like maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes. Okay. That would be why this dirt is being so hard to remove, because there's grime on here. If it was just sand, this would all be coming off in like half a second, easy. I guess it's the combination of grime and sand that makes it. See, and most of it, after I do the first spray, is just the grime that's left here. Cutscene movie of the Keyblade War era, and it's an hour long. Okay. I wonder if anybody's wound up getting in, like, copyright trouble or anything like that for that kind of stuff. No need to worry too much about your grammar there, Jake. I've worked with students from other countries where English is their second language, and I currently work with AI that is still very much learning things. Including, you know, proper situational grammar in some instances. Some rust on this, isn't there? Well, no. Most of that's coming up as grime. Okay. Streamed it once, but that was a while back, so don't know about now. Yeah, I gotta say, some of the, like, I thought for sure I'd be getting hit with major copyright notices for Simple and Clean, but not really. Like, yeah, okay, that might come through as muted audio in the Twitch VODs and whatnot. But YouTube has pretty much just been like, yeah, I mean, this is under copyright, but at least for now, the owner allows it to be used, so there's no penalty for you. Have any plans on playing Melody of Memory? Maybe after I get through, you know, these collections and stuff. Although I think, you know, after the collections, I am actually going to go back and redo Kingdom Hearts 3. just for the sake of continuing the series. And it'll be something a little different. I've never gone back and redone a game that I've previously done a public playthrough of. And, yeah, then maybe after redoing 3, I might, try out Melody of Memory. Hopefully the price will be a bit lower by then. Okay. Back to doing this without the extension. I'm still surprised I haven't seen, like, a ladder or stool or anything like that. There's the scaffolding. I guess they kind of assume the rest you don't need. Because other than getting to certain parts that are really up high, I suppose there isn't too much to worry about with this job. Anyway. And now, whenever I did Kingdom Hearts 3 initially, like, pretty much right as it came out, I did get a significant copyright flag there for, what's it called? Face My Fears? The song that comes along with that game. I wonder a little bit if like some of the restrictions on that for copyright have like kind of loosened up over the years. What? There's so many just tiny little specks of dirt on the ramp wall there, and I really don't want to be going around just focused on those the whole time. Seems like it's practically gonna make me, but you know what? Let me go ahead and do some other stuff here first. I can get back to that later. But, honestly, so, bed muted, I don't want to take a chance. So, that's part of why I'm enjoying streaming the games before doing, like, shorter edited videos of them, because, although, at least from a YouTube standpoint, anything that gets any sort of copyright notice, it'll come up in the stream, and so then whatever notice comes up for the stream then is the same thing that also generally will come up in any edited videos. But I suppose if I just, you know, do that outright, there's the possibility of getting a major strike from the stream itself. Just like Little Mermaid World in 2, I mute the Disney songs, I don't take the chance. Yeah. So even the Disney songs that came up in Kingdom Hearts 1 as I played through it recently, it muted the audio for those sections on Twitch, and on YouTube it said there was copyright, but the owner allows it to be used, so it actually wasn't going to affect viewership or be, you know, counted as a major strike against my channel or anything. And this is where I start losing my cleaning focus a little bit in terms of approaching the entire job in a specifically organized manner. But yeah, I suppose it is a bit of a risk to just have those go in the stream and see what happens before I try to do any edits. I was worried about all that at first, like, even at the very outset of Kingdom Hearts 1, you know, with the Simple and Clean remix. I turned the game volume way down in OBS when that part came up, to the point where it was just barely audible. But YouTube at least still noticed it enough to say, hey, there's copyrighted content here, but don't worry too much. The owner allows it to be used. So, no damage to your channel or people's ability to view. And that was when I started thinking, oh, maybe I won't have to mute all this so much. Now, if I ever end up getting banned from one out of Twitch or YouTube, then, I mean, I'll be a little more careful going forward, but I also, like, wouldn't think of that as the end of the world. Especially if Twitch were to end up banning me, honestly. Like, YouTube is... I still consider YouTube to be my primary platform, even though the stream interactivity is definitely, you know, higher quality on Twitch. Really, the live streams were just, you know, an extension of my YouTube video recording sessions anyway. Now, if I got banned from YouTube and not Twitch, then I'd, like, change my strategy entirely, and since I wouldn't really be bothering to edit videos anymore, I would just, you know, go more for the streamer style outright. I'd probably even stream a little bit more often, because I wouldn't have the pressure of then going back and editing things as much later. I mean, yeah, little short clips here and there would be good for the overall channel promotion. But aside from that, if I had to go just pure streamer mode and not also, you know, edited YouTube videos, then I don't know. In a way, I feel almost like that'd be a bit of weight off my shoulders because of the reduced need to edit things and being able to just play the stuff and leave it at that. Like, if push comes to shove and I ever wind up, like, kind of needing to do that, that's the plan, I guess you'd say. But as of yet, I do not plan to join the stream-only club. Alright, let me get an extension onto this here so I can keep cleaning this here railing. And yes, I'm actually focused on just a little bit of blue railing going on there. Not the other stuff. I'm just getting little bits of the other stuff as I go along. Okay, now maybe I'll focus a little more on some other stuff. Like this platform area here. Someone who's more of a streamer than video maker, it's nice to just go play the game and interact with chat. Yeah. I could definitely understand that a bit. I do think in terms of overall following, it's generally kind of a better strategy to have a, you know, multifaceted approach to the content, though. Which is why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it right now. Not that I'm necessarily in this to gain a following, mind you, but, you know, being able to reach more people with some fun and positivity and, you know, maybe even some, you know, Bible stuff, some God stuff, faith talks, things of that nature. That's really why any sort of increase in following is a goal of mine. Also, I wish I knew what to do with my YouTube channel. Every time I'm like, hey, that might work, I get off on something else and it never happens. Yeah, it's It's not particularly easy to have, you know, an overall strategy, and definitely not easy to develop one. And especially outside of taking extra time to do video edits. I don't know, like, personally, I find any YouTube videos that are basically longer than an hour or so, I'm just thinking, hey, you might as well practically just have the stream VOD on there and leave it at that. But, anyway. If you don't have specific plans to, like, break something up into parts or whatever that you're doing, it's, like... That's really all that I'm doing with turning my streams into edited videos, is I'm just taking stuff from the streams, breaking it down into smaller parts that I then maybe do a little bit of editing to, add like an intro and an outro, cut out some parts that might be repetitive or otherwise less interesting, especially when there's not also like significant conversation going on. But yeah, that's pretty much my general approach to it at this point. But again, like, the live streams for me, it's essentially what I would be doing when recording the videos anyway. It's just I'm live streaming it instead of simply sitting down here to record with no additional interaction or audience involved. And then, of course, like, in amongst the videos that I then edit, there's, you know, if there's a little clip that stands out, oftentimes that winds up being like a, you know, video preview teaser sort of thing for the edit, but then it also, a good portion of the time, will then get further edited down into just like a short video for, you know, the like straight up short form kind of stuff, like on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube Shorts and that kind of stuff. So if I really wanted to oversimplify it, it would be, alright, I stream, I record some of what I stream, I edit that down to make videos, I edit that down even further to make short videos, and there you go, there's my content. Some people might like the longer form stuff, like the stream VODs, and that's totally fine. Some people might not like that as much, which is why I have the edits. Some people really don't want to stay on one thing for very long, which is why I have the short videos. And now, let's see here. So we're currently in August. Next month is September. And if I'm going to keep the pattern of what I've done the past couple of years, that means I'll be making a whole bunch of short videos. Actually, a good bit of it's probably going to be just like dumping out some of the short videos that I have in my backlog that I have yet to publish. Yeah, so far I don't plan on doing anything, like, since I'm more of a YouTuber than just a streamer. I know pure streamers tend to do the whole September thing. Well, that's not quite the same if streaming isn't your, like, main thing. So I do what I call short September instead. September's a pretty important month for me as well. So, what exactly is special about September for you there, Jake, since you brought it up? If you don't mind saying. Yeah, so, for me, in the meantime, it's like during the month of September, each of the past couple of years, have wound up doing a short video every single day in that month. That's the only month of the year where I do that, but that tends to be where my viewership and my, subscriber counts on YouTube and whatnot, that tends to be where there's a little bit of a spike. And I'm not sure if it's because I'm specifically doing more of the short videos, or if it's because I'm just, releasing more content in general. But either way, it has made a significant difference the past couple of years. So many tiny little specks of dirt. Really wish I could move this ladder, but I can't, because it's not my ladder. It's a permanent fixture on this satellite. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and move on up to the next thing, so I don't get too tired of this level. Aha! Okay. Cool, that's done now. Do get into that whole September. Usually have 10 to 15 sub goals to do longer streams. Dye my hair and other fun things. Have a contest to give away prepaid gift card. Yeah. So, I'm noticing this ladder goes up higher than a bunch of this dirt that I'm seeing. So then the question becomes, how do I... Unless that's what this ladder's for on this side. Yeah, okay. Never mind. This ladder is the one that I use to get up to the next elevation on this here satellite dish. Okay. I'm also debating on, because it's been a while since I've done this, I'm debating on doing the No Shave November kind of thing. I don't know if that's even all that popular anymore, but I figure it's been a while, and odds are I will pass the 300 subscriber mark on my YouTube channel before the end of September. So I figure that can be a little celebratory thing. And of course, I'm not exactly obligated to do that per se, because what I did already previously say that I would commit to, if I got to 300 subscribers on YouTube before the end of this year, is that I would finally make a, like, supporter page, probably on Coffee. I know Patreon's kind of the better known one, but I don't know, it seems like Coffee has some other advantages. I've had quite a while to, mull over some ideas for supporter rewards for that. I've got a few ideas. I'm not going to claim it's anything special. So in terms of support tiers, I doubt I'll end up going anywhere over like a $5 a month mark, but still. Of course, that will also give me a little bit more on my plate to regularly do with some of those ideas. But, especially depending on how much support really any bit of support I would get there is a little bit less that I would have to, do my current job. I mean, even at, like, Shoot, even at $5 a month worth of support, that's maybe a quarter of an hour worth of work. And I think I could spare 15 minutes a week to, you know, post updates or exclusive polls or different things like that. Of course, once I do that, I'll also have to kind of change up the settings for the edited videos that I upload, because right now the way I do it is, you know, I edit, I upload, I schedule it for a certain day and time to be released, and then that's that. I could just kind of set it and forget it. But if I want to be able to have early access as one of my supporter perks, then I'm going to have to instead upload stuff as, like, unlisted or something. Share those links, because you can't... Links to YouTube videos do not work if the video is scheduled for release and not yet public. So instead I have to make it unlisted, kind of give myself some sort of a reminder of when it's supposed to go public, but share the link while it's unlisted to those who would get the early access. But, I mean, the early access would be fairly early. I don't know if it means quite as much having early access to edited videos if, you know, most of it's just coming from my streams anyway. So really, it would be specifically for those people that either miss the streams and don't want to try and hunt them down, and or, like, don't want to put in the time to watch the whole VOD, but also care enough to actually help financially support stuff. I don't expect that would be a ton of people fitting into that category, but you never know. So, while we're on the subject of that kind of stuff, I just figure I will ask. So, when you do that kind of stuff on Coffee, since that seems to be one that you know of, does it give... I would guess it gives you some sort of like a specific page or even set of pages where you post stuff specifically there, and it, like, is only accessible to supporters of that tier. I would figure that kind of has to be how it works. At least something like that. Because, like, how else would you even possibly have some people able to get some stuff and other people not? Some of this stuff near the middle of this level is going to be a bugger to get. Or maybe not. It'll probably just require me actually getting the scaffolding and using that. Okay. Popping on the extension here so I can get stuff even further out on the dish. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure. I would think it would have to work that way, yeah. Well, and when I was doing my bits of research on Coffee versus Patreon, it seemed like Coffee is an easier platform to have people be able to just, like, you know, give a donation without signing up for a specific, like, membership tier. So that's really the main reason I'm thinking about leaning towards that. Or that I'm leaning towards that, thinking about going with that instead of Patreon. Anyway, I have to go now. Enjoy the chat. Gotcha. I appreciate you being around here, Jake. It was a good discussion indeed. Hope you have a good night. Yeah. I don't know, I felt for a moment like I should say more there, but then I was like, I don't even know what else to say. Could have reciprocated the God bless portion, I guess. And this stuff way towards the, like, the outer rim of this satellite dish is... Oh. Maybe it's harder to get because it's also, like, curving upward away from me. I don't think I'm gonna get any of these sections, like, totally spotless like this. Okay, well, finished up one of the intersections at least. Yeah, it seems like some of that stuff way out toward the edge, it just kind of doesn't want to get. Oh, geez, the support beams count as a separate thing, too. Great. Okay, you know what? After I get this little bit here, might be about time to move on up to the next little bit. After I first fall down for a moment. This ladder seems to have much better allowance for horizontal movement. Most, like, the main ladder that you... that, like, is actually your ladder that you can move around doesn't seem to let you move horizontally as much. Yeah. Looking at the time, I'm starting to wonder just a bit if I might have to leave this one incomplete. For this particular stream. Would be nice if I could close this, but it's not gonna let me, is it? Sure doesn't seem like it. I've been focused on this hatch the whole time I've been up here. How is it not clean yet? Also, the hinge being a totally separate thing. Throw some of that off. You know what? Maybe I'll just get everything else first and then come back to it. Might become a little more obvious then. Okay, so ooh, wait. Light bulb. Yeah, just go around kind of like this. Maybe do a little bit of back and forth, but then eventually I'll be able to just keep kind of circling around. Okay, and then I just kind of take another loop around. Hopefully not really missing too much as I go. Also would not be surprised if this ends up being kind of inconsistent. Where, like, I end up getting one side of the dish further in than another. Although this is technically a circle, it doesn't even actually have sides like that. Whatever. Okay. Now, might be a little better if I start doing it like this, so then I don't end up running into other things that potentially kind of, you know, block my progress. Didn't want to start off doing it like this because that would leave me at risk of falling off the edge. Not that there's no risk of that now, but now that I've got a bit of a perimeter set up, it's less likely. Also, this is not a set of colors I would have expected for a satellite dish. Generally, you just think of more, like, metallic stuff. But I guess these are kind of the like the main colors of the research team or whatever that's doing this stuff, maybe? I don't know. I feel like it's supposed to be themed a bit, because otherwise, why would you make it this color? Or these colors, plural. Kind of a light blue and white. Definitely not your typical colors for this kind of thing. Although I guess there are, I mean, it's not quite metallic, but there's satellite dishes and stuff for like satellite TV that you attach to your house. Those are still usually gray though. So, But they definitely could be other colors. Alright, attempting to keep going around and cleaning it like this. Although, now that I'm starting to get to a point where I might be running into some obstacles, maybe pretty soon I'll go back to the just individual panel by panel kind of strategy. So there are suspicions of aliens. I feel like anytime there's, you know, a work of fiction dealing with space-related stuff, there's somebody who's prone to talking about aliens and thinking that, you know, they're thinking the aliens are up to something. And then there's this stuff here. Can I just walk right up this? Yes, I can. Cool. It's helpful. Lets me get up here pretty easily. Hold up. Somewhere in here, it was like asking me if I wanted to interact with something. Meh. This little crease or whatever you want to call it in here. Get a little bit of this stuff as I'm moving this way. Another little gap, crease, crevice thing in here. And then I'll go up this beam. I see. This whole thing is the receiver. Which means underneath it probably counts as part of it. Yeah, okay. And as usual, I'm distracting myself with other portions that also need to be cleaned, as I'm just like changing my viewing angle of the main thing that I was focused on. And 84%. Kinda edging up on 9 o'clock. I mean, not that close to 9 o'clock yet. Still got 20 minutes. Say that just because I'm still not sure if I'm gonna wanna complete this tonight. Okay, receiver is clean. Goody. Focus on this here sub-reflector now. Just kind of keep spinning around from the center of it. work my way in from the edges. At least, while that's still practical. Until there's just a giant dirty spot left in the middle. Somehow, I invariably have these tiny little... Oh, although there's going to be some cleaning to do underneath it. That's why I was counting that as only being like halfway done. No. No. Yep. Okay. That part's done. See if I can get these support beams all clean. Maybe get distracted and clean the bottom of the sub-reflector in the meantime. Yeah, the problem is the last, like, 10% or so of this is going to be an absolute bear, I'd imagine. Because there's so many of these surfaces where it seems to be leaving behind just these tiny little specks of dirt and grime. And I'm basically going to have to go around, use the dirt finder feature, like spam it essentially to see what all I've missed, and hope that the environment, the lighting in particular, doesn't make that really difficult to see. Like, little spots like that on a white surface that's in the sunlight. Those are some of the hardest bits of dirt to see in the game. Alright. Where exactly is the sub-reflector still dirty? I got basically... yeah, I've got the whole top side of it. If there's still a little bit on the underside here. And maybe along the sides. There we go, okay. That's done. And the time really does just fly when I'm playing this game sometimes. It's like mentally I'm at this weird meeting place of focused yet kind of relaxed. Maybe this is the kind of mental state all those, work gurus say that you really want your people to be in. Where they, where they're locked in, they're doing a lot of good work, making a lot of progress, but they're not, like, stressed about it. And they're maybe even enjoying it. Because it's something that appeals to them and they don't feel like there are all sorts of external factors outside of their control adding stress or anything like that to the situation. I don't know, that's just kind of what I think I remember hearing from some random business people of the internet. Not sure why this one small panel here isn't considered clean. There we go. Okay. Of course, it was like something around the trim. Okay. I'm making some progress, but it's still only been like 2% in the past, I don't know, 10 minutes? At least 5. Okay, make it 3%. Trim's done. That section's done. Well, the good news is I think I'm pretty much going to have this upper part of the satellite dish completely done. And I won't have to worry about coming back up here at any point. Unless maybe I missed some of the trim or something like that. Okay, those are both done. Nice. Small panel there's done. This trim is done. The trim ring is not. Hope if I just go around like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, there's still some stuff about the hatch, though. I didn't finish that because I was concerned about getting other bits of dirt around it so that this would be easier to see. Hatch frame. I wonder if any of this hatch frame is dirty underneath. And that's why it's not considering it fully clean yet. That might be. Super long extension. I don't see any of that lighting up around the hatch frame, though. Which would seem to indicate that that's not the issue. This ladder, on the other hand... seems to have some little bits of dirt going up. Okay, where is the hatch frame? Still dirty. And this is the point where I might... oh, hold up. What am I... whoa! No, 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 no. What are you doing? How was I even able to... doggone it. I did not want to pick up the scaffolding. Why is that even a thing that happens? Well, phooey. Now I'm gonna have to just, like, throw myself all the way down to the bottom. Just so I can place the scaffolding somewhere. Well, suppose since it's making me do that anyway... seriously, what part of the entrance is still dirty? I've been over this thing like 5 times. extension, maybe? Maybe it's just some stubborn dirt that's in there that I'm not getting. Sure isn't acting like that. Hit. Alright. I see nothing. I see no dirt on the top. I see no dirt on the side. That was it right there. That little tiny spot in the corner. Oh, man. Alright, hang on. Scaffolding. A water tower off in the distance isn't part of this job, is it? If it is, that would make some sense as to why I've, as to why I only have the percentage that I do, but nope. Probably could do with an extension to get some of that stuff. Not gonna fuddle around with that all day, though. Oh, geez, yeah. I'm absolutely gonna have to move this scaffolding around a bunch to get the edges and the underside of the reflector here. No. Well, I suppose going down one level of the scaffolding isn't a big deal. If I fell down the entire scaffolding, that would be quite a bother. Quite annoying. Alright, so then I fall down again, and I rotate this some, and I put it over here, and... I'll be repeating that cycle for a while. And it is past 9 o'clock. I really should think about wrapping this up and just get myself ready for tomorrow. Much as I would like to finish this tonight, I don't think that's going to be generally good for me. And I'm still finding ways to have this microphone in my face. Yeah, it's been multiple minutes and not even another percentage point. Okay, well, I think I'll have to just save that there, and I might finish that up off stream, because it's only like the last 7% of it. That way the next time I come in and do a PowerWash Sim stream, I can just start off fresh with a brand new job. But anywho, okay. That will do it for this evening. I appreciate y'all stopping by and watching. Those of you who are in chat, thanks for doing that. And making things a little more interesting on my end. But yeah. I'm just figuring out somebody to raid here. And then we will wrap things up. So I hope you're all doing well. Hope I'll see you soon for another stream. Might not be PowerWash Sim next week. It might be. If I don't really get to a point in Kingdom Hearts 2 where I would end up, you know, where I would end up having reasonable side quests to do, then I might come back with more PowerWash Sim. I don't know. But whatever ends up happening, I hope I'll see you soon. And hope you're all doing well. Hope you all have a good week or however long until next time. But until then, stay cool, everybody.